All right, we're going to begin the market portion of our show here today in about 5 minutes. Looks like our judge is back and just waiting for a few others. The market portion of our show will begin with the market heifers. Going to be 4 groups. Group number 1, you can start making your way to the ring. Final call for group number 1, market heifers. Group number 1, it's 3 head in that class. Following that would be group number 2. All right, in the ring is group number 1, market heifers. Heifers weigh in from 992 to 1070. Once again, we'd like to thank Johnny Johnson for coming here today. Johnny is from Craig, Nebraska, born and raised and still resides up there. Has been involved in the livestock industry and show arena all of his life. Once again, he raises club calves and Sim-Angus breeding stock. Pretty cool that he has judged in 24 states, and not only that, also Brazil and New Zealand. Thanks, Johnny, for coming today. Final call for group number 2, market heifers, group number 2. First call for group number 3.
In this first class of market heifers, we really have a unique heifer to start with. This female just has an unbelievable ring presence to her. I just love that about her. The amount of muscle shape she has, she's structurally good enough. She's got that width at top. She's got a great side profile, and this young lady knows she has a good heifer, and boy, she brings it to you, and she gives you that look. I'm sure in the big scheme of things, if you could make that heifer just a little bigger, she'd weigh a little bit more, but she's weighing low 11s right now, and she handles that. Her condition is just right where she needs to be at this stage of her life, and as you project her down the road with that kind of front end and that profile, that's a real cool place to start. Then we get into 2 heifers here that are very similar. They just get quite a bit outclassed, but you have to realize that these heifers are only weighing like in mid 900s or maybe right at 1,000. So they got a long ways to go. If you project them out, weighing putting another 200, 250 pounds on them, there's enough muscle shape. They're not going to have the ring presence, the ring look that those have, but they have the potential to keep growing, and they're not little small moderate cattle that aren't going to get bigger. The fair came earlier than their stage of their life. So as these 2 mature and grow out, they're going to be good feeding cattle that will hang very well on the carcass for these 2 young exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your class winner receiving a purple is Tatum Schroeder. Second place, Jace Moss. Third place, Ty Moss, both receiving blues. Tatum will return to be selected for the champion overall heifer after group number 4. Entering the ring now, group number 2. These are market heifers weighing 1104 to 1152. Final call for group number 3.
two really nice heifers at the top of this class. And for me, the Charolais heifer, influence heifer, is more complete. I just like how she lays into that shoulder, come out of that neck shoulder junction, just makes her balance up quite a bit better than maybe the heifer that's in second. And as you look at this heifer, I think she's maybe weighing just a little over 1,100. You know, the future's still in front of her. She's not condition-wise, ready to kill it by any means, but to have that type of look and that structural correctness, she's one of them. As you just keep getting her and she keeps maturing, that's going to be a cool one to look at, because that length and levelness of hip, that strength at top with that type of balance and that amount of bone, that can be a really cool one. And then take nothing away from this heifer, because she's probably got similar in muscle shape down her top line. I really like that. A heifer that she can balance up fairly well. I don't think she's quite as structurally correct to me as the heifer I chose to start with. Maybe a little more swelling in them joints, and it's not a big issue because she can get out and move. It's just them joints are not quite as nice as the heifer I chose to start with. And at this stage, she probably just isn't quite as, she's extended in the front, but just doesn't lay in there quite as neat. But boy, just from a sheer muscle and where she is condition-wise, I think she's bringing her along very nicely. The heifer that's in third, a heifer that has probably would just sheer muscle, has as much muscle as the other two, just doesn't do it as near as neat a package. Just not quite as attractive, doesn't have that show ring appearance that the other two do, but still a very nice project for that young man. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Receiving top purple out of group number 2, Laney Tronick. Receiving second purple, Hannah Holtmeyer. Those two will come back and compete for the overall market heifer. Receiving a blue in the class, Aiden Party. At the ring now, entering is group number 3. Group number 4, there's only 2 head in this class, so group number 4, please make your way to the ring as well. I was asked to announce for the breeding show, if there's a breed that has 3 or less in the breeds broken out in more than one class, all those are going to show at one time. Once again, if there's 3 or less.
in this particular class, we're going to give 2 purples, or I'm going to give 2. But the heifer, there's still a separation to me. The heifer that I chose to start with is just so complete. She's not one of them that's just giraffe neck, but she has enough extension to give her that look. You start looking at her muscle shape, and if you're looking in the big scheme of things in the world, there'll be cattle that'll have more muscle shape, but she handles hers so well. The expression she has down her top line, I really like how she comes out of that hip, carries down into that lower quarter, and then if you just step back off of her, the side view that she gives you, that she balances so well, because she has so much depth of rib, it just fits into her skeleton so well. Then as you're looking at her bone, that balances her up also very well. For me, I guess, if you were really nitpicking, she doesn't have a lot of flex in her pastern, but it's not a structure issue. She has plenty of flex in that hock. She gets out and reaches. It just maybe doesn't have quite as much cushion, but that's nitpicking on one that still athletic-wise and getting around the ring is very good. Now the heifer in second, it's just meat and potatoes, meaning she doesn't have the hair to hide anything, but she's got balance. She has that. She has enough extension up front. It doesn't maybe lay in there quite as neat up into that shoulder. She's right in that point of that shoulder. She's maybe pushing a little more, but that's because she's getting up there in condition where she's getting close to where you could take her to kill and be right where you wanted to be. She's got that level hip in her. I would say muscle shape wise, if you hung them up, they're going to be fairly similar once you take the hair off that other one. But it's 2 high quality females with 1 elite heifer to start this class. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Your top purple award winner out of Group 3 is Natalie Tronick. Second purple goes to Sarah Beeler. At the ring, coming in right now is group number 4. These are heifers that are weighing 1,300 to 1,392. Following this, we'll need the top 2 purple award winners from 1, 2, and 3 to come back to compete for the overall Grand Champion Market heifer.
in this particular class, I'm going to award both of these heifers purple. The black baldy heifer that wins the class, she's weighing in the high 1300s. A heifer that the stage that she's at, I mean, you can see that she's starting to get some condition over that top and into that tail head, which is good. At that way, you hope for that. What's cool about her is how fresh she stayed up into that neck and shoulder. I mean, when you get them that size and then you can still keep them that extended and that lean up through that front end, that just adds to the look, the show ring presence that she has. You get behind this heifer and there's a lot of muscle shape there. And with that, I mean, when you get that much rib and muscle shape, you know, I would call her adequate in her structure. She's not one that'll just, you know, if you would look up structure, she's not going to be one that you would highlight. But she's not, at her weight and everything, it's not something that's a huge fault either. She just isn't quite as flexible in that hock and pastern. But that's just, you know, trying to just make sure you analyze the whole animal. To get to that weight and what she's done and keep that front end, she's done a superb job. The heifer that comes in second, you know, condition-wise, she's coming along. She's weighing around 1,300. She can have a little more condition probably yet. She could probably get up to 1,400 and not be over fat. And the good thing about this heifer, as you watch her, structurally she is really good. You know, she doesn't probably give you probably the strength down the top and that eye appeal there. Just one that has a lot of good things to her. She just maybe doesn't have quite as much pizzazz. But two really high quality cattle to stay in the purple ribbon. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Top purple award winner is Briley Hartwig. Second place, also receiving a purple, Ella Crawford. Okay, we will need the top two purples from group 1, 2, 3, and 4 to come in to compete for the Grand and Reserve Champion Market Heifer. Following that, we will go right into the steer show. There is only one animal in group number 1, Market Steers. Trevor Kapke, you can begin making your way to the ring. On deck after that will be group number 2. We'd like to thank our sponsors. The Grand Champion Market Heifer Award is sponsored by the Gage County Farm Bureau. Reserve Grand Champion Market Heifer, thanks to Terry and Bev Acton for sponsoring that award.
As I get ready to select a champion market heifer, and you know that each one of these brings a cool thing to the table of these class winners, and there'd be many times that I'd be glad that I'd have any one of these at a county fair to maybe select from, so that even makes it that much much fun at this point in time. Like I said, that Charlotte influenced looking heifer that won that first class, the amount of bone she has, how she balances the muscle shape when you get behind her. I mean, that is one cool package, to have that unique front end and that amount of bone and move around the ring. So now you ask yourself, are you projecting? Are you projecting down the road? I mean, that in 60 days what she would look like, and that will satisfy you, or do you want to market heifer at your county fair? So, I mean, those are things that I'm out here asking myself, because, I mean, that's one that the future is bright for. You just have to ask yourself at what time you think she'll be ready. The heifer that follows her is kind of in that same bracket, probably maybe not quite as expressive in that lower quarter, but she has that length of body, she has that strength at top, she has muscle shape, she balances really well from the side, she's long enough fronted. She maybe isn't quite as attractive headed as maybe the heifer, to have that elegance to her front end, but that's still a really good female that is projected down the road a little too. She isn't market ready at this point in time, but that's a cool heifer to have. I would not be disappointed to have that one in my barn and bring it to any county fair or past that. The black baldy heifer that rounds out that, she's weighing a little over 1,200. She has just as much balance and look. She's not probably quite as cool in that chest floor, but after that, if you just like them with some spring of rib, depth of rib, have the ability to feed, and then that young lady does such a great job of showing that heifer. I mean, there's not many things that disappoint you about that female also. And then the heifer that rounds out, the last class winner, she's weighing 1,390. She's getting up there to that end point, like I described her earlier, is that, when you can keep them that good and neat up through that front end and get them to that condition, and I still wouldn't call her over fat. I mean, she could still have a little bit more on her. I think she would be ready to go, but she also has a little more longevity. So as I sit out here and look at these and very impressed with all of them, and there's some very nice seconds, but these class winners were really incredible. I'll go out and select your two champions right now, but any of you showmen that have these heifers, don't give up on them. There's potential there. It's just how I looked at them today, or what I was choosing for today. So be proud of what you have. Give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Our grand champion market heifer, congratulations, goes to Natalie Tronick. Your reserve grand champion market heifer is Briley Hartwig. If both Natalie and Briley could go over to the backdrop, we'd like to get a photo quick. We'll now move on to the Market Steer Show. Once again, there's only one here in group number one. Group number two should be up at the ring. Group number three, you're going to be on deck.
So as I start into the market division here, and this is one that you kind of have to study and understand maybe what his age is or where he projects out. You know, for the age that he's at, he's probably coming along nicely. He just is. He's at a stage that when you get in your mind mentally that you're going to start the market division, this is quite a bit smaller. So then you have to just evaluate where he is. Is he youthful enough? Is he got enough structure that he will, in time, he can get to that weight and that where he needs to be? And I can see all that in him. I mean, he's got adequate muscle down into that lower quarter. He's got some strength at top. He won't blow you away with his muscle, but he also looks like one that when he finishes out at the, you know, when he gets to his market finished weight, I'm guessing him to weigh just short of 1,400 pounds is what he would look like to me. So he's a project that looks like it'll come along. He's just at a different stage than what we'll see a lot of them today. Give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Class winner in Group 1 is Trevor Kapke. In the ring now is Group number 2. These are market steers weighing between 1154 and 1170. Final call for Group number 3.
In this particular class, we have quite a bit of differences. The Charlet looking steer, as you can see in my mind, it comes to the top quite handily just because of everything it brings. You know, if you like that extension of front end, he has that. Where he comes out of that next shoulder junction, he really does that really well. So that makes him have that eye appeal, that attractiveness. You know, you watch him get on the move. I like how he gets out and reaches. He does it so fluidly. You get behind him, the muscle shape at where he's at, weighing in the high 11s. Yeah, he's right where he needs to be that way. You know, he's one of them that also, as I talked about in the market heifers, as you project him out, that will be a cool one as he keeps maturing and get a little fatter. That look that he has, the balance he has, that's one that's going to have a lot of potential and is very good today. The black steer that comes in second to me, has some of the similarities. He has the length of body. He has some muscle shape. He doesn't carry down into that lower quarter near as much, but he has some extension. He's not quite as neat into that chest floor. Doesn't carry quite as much bone structure as the one, but he still has enough muscle shape for where he's at in this stage of his life, weighing around 1,150. The Hereford steer or Hereford Mark steer that comes in next, that's the one that as I look at him and I try to envision where he is condition-wise and where that frame is, where his end point will be, how heavy he will be. I mean, he looks to me like a steer that'd have to weigh 1,500 before he would be actually into that, where he would handle and look fat enough. He's weighing mid-11s now, and there's not much on him. And so when I project him out, I just don't see him, that it just looks like we're quite a ways away, and that's where I would like to change that one. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Receiving top purple and going to come back and compete for the overall market steer is Abby Volish. Receiving the blue, Addison Koenig. And in third place, receiving a red, Gage Argo. Here comes group number 3. Steers weigh in 1242 to 1294. On deck should be group number 4. Reminder to all exhibitors exhibiting market livestock, we're going to have the premium auction on Sunday. In order to get registered for that, if you did not receive a form at weigh-in or check-in, you can come up here to the announcer stand, grab that form. I'd like to have it submitted as quickly as you can, either at the fair office or up here at the announcer stand. Deadline, though, would be tomorrow, exactly 1 hour after the swine show. Final call for group number 4.
I'm going to leave these just like they're standing. I'm going to award one purple. This young lady's steer it's kind of interesting, you know, when you first see him come in and you see that head and that color, it's not really what you would call something you think, wow, you know, how attractive will that be? It's not exactly one of those colors that just draws you to him. And then as you just start analyzing him and handling that steer and realize what weight he is, he's by far the most complete calf out here. Structurally, he's really good. You get behind him and you like that type of muscle shape, or the type of muscle shape I like. He carries down into that lower quarter. He walks with some base width when he walks. And, you know, you just, condition-wise, he's probably right where he needs to be for what he's weighing. You can put some more on him and it won't hurt that calf at all. The cool thing about him is that amount of bone and stuff that he has, it balances into his body exceptionally well. A gray steer that follows him, if you're just looking for sheer length of body, he has that. He no doubt has, it's a little different muscle shape though. It's probably a little longer and flatter. I'm not saying that he doesn't have a lot of muscle in him. It's just how it's hung on that frame. It just is just what I would call a longer, more rectangular type muscle. Where he's probably is a little different is he's so much more mature up into that neck and into that head. He almost gets a little, you know, coarse up there. And if I could change that, I think I'd get him up into the purple ribbons with the rest of his body. It just, that takes away from him and his ring appearance to me, so that's where I would leave him. And then the steer that rounds out the class, you know, when you first look at him and if he's just standing still, you think, wow, look at how much bone he has and how much, you know, you can see how big a hip he has. But with that, it all comes in a quite a bit coarser package. Structurally, you can see how he needs that shoulder laid back into him a little bit more, be a little more structurally correct. And I think that's probably why he looks a little harder doing. That he's not quite as easy a feeding steer is just because how he's made structurally. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Top purple in that class is Dayton Dorn. Dayton will come back and compete for the overall champion market steer after Group 5. Rounding out the class in second, receiving a blue, is August Gerlach. Third, receiving a blue, Shelton Crawford. This will be group number 4, market steers. Weight range on this is going to be 1294 to 1398. Need to have group 5 making your way to the ring.
of a cool class here. Usually you don't get many Hereford steers at a show, leave alone ones that I guess can be really competitive. There's a lot of times you have made them in a British breed. But for me, this one probably is a combination right now. Condition-wise, he's really good. He's got enough muscle shape. The young man gets him set up. He's sure got enough look to him. He's got some extension out of that front end. And one of the questions I even asked him, I said, is he a purebred Hereford? Because the amount of bone he has, he can rival the crossbreds out here for the bone that he has. Yet it really fits him. Sometimes when you get that much on one, maybe they're not quite as, it just doesn't structurally fit them as well, or they just don't blend as well, and he does that. Now, as you watch this one walk, you could tip his shoulder back and give him just a little more angularity there. But the way that young man has him fit and the job he's done feeding him, I commend him. A very high-quality steer to start the class. This steer that comes in second, this is one, and I asked the young lady, I said, I bet when he's at home or out of this show ring, I bet he shows like a champion. And because when she gets him set up, he's a little different. I mean, he doesn't have as much muscle expression as the one I chose to start with. But when he gets his head cranked and he wants to show, he can give you a really cool look. It's just that most of the time he's either running her over or pulling back a little bit. But that's a really high-quality calf. And take nothing away from this young lady's calf in third. This is one of those that when I talked about this calf out in showmanship, he's so tame and gentle. I think she could lead him anywhere. With that, at times then when it's this warm, he doesn't keep himself together as well. I mean, he's the biggest hip calf out here, has some muscle shape. It's just maybe not quite as attractive. And that has nothing to do with anything except it just isn't, it just doesn't give us as much show ring presence today. This young lady has done an exceptional job with this steer. I'm sure that this has been a fun project for her. You can see that she just loves showing cattle. And this calf has been a companion of hers for a long time. And that's a cool relationship those two have. Take nothing away from the young man that rounds out the class. This is a big old red steer that, I'm sure it takes a pretty good-sized grain bucket every day to take to him, but he has been converting that. He's just a high-quality feeding steer with maybe not as much show ring presence as those above him, but anytime you have a project like that I'm going to guess he's going to be high up in the rate of gain, that's a good project for that young man. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Top purple in that class goes to Caden Kapke. Second place, receiving purple, Brianna Spilker. Third, with a purple, Dayton Dorn. And receiving a blue, Seth Oltmans. Caden and Brianna will bring those animals back to compete for the overall market steer after this class, which is group number 5. Steers weigh in 1424 to 1444. First and second place winners out of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please make your way to the ring. Following that, we'll go into the breeding beef section of the show. As was mentioned earlier, any one individual breed, if there is 3 or less total animals in all the classes, we're going to show as one class. So if it's 3 or less, they'll all go in at one time. That's broken out by breed.
this black broccoli-faced steer's weighing 1424, and that's one that's really cool to look at. When you start analyzing him, just his strength at top, the muscle expression he has, and where part of his weight comes from. I mean, he's a fairly big frame steer, but he's also long-bodied, and so that's where you start getting up there into that weight category. But with that, he handles it so well. I mean, and he's one that I'm going to guess if they project him onto State Fair and stuff, that before they bring him back to a weight in the 1400s, mid to 1400s, that they would probably show him at Nebraska State Fair or somewhere like that, he's probably going to be weighing 1550 and be fat then. And then you just bring him back a little bit, and for that frame size and for that kind of look, that's a good projection for him. I mean, you have all sizes, so you feed him accordingly and look at him accordingly. This calf does that very well. I mean, people say, is there a certain weight you like? I said, it's a weight that fits the animal, and that fits him very well. And that young lady does a superb job of getting that animal and how she fed him. Very deserving of a purple ribbon. The red baldy steer, once again, he's one of those that I'm sure that when this young man walked even close to him with a feed bucket, he was running up to him and wanting to eat, and there's nothing wrong with that. We need a lot of conversion in our industry. We need those cattle to want to come and eat and get to this condition and to that weight, and that calf has done everything that young man has asked him to do. Is he as attractive? Is he going to win some beauty contest? Probably not. But if you had a whole potload of those cattle, there would be a lot of buyers wanting to come to your place. So once again, give this exhibit a round of applause as they exhibit the ring.
Class winner receiving a purple, Tatum Schroeder. Receiving a blue in that class, Jesse Oltmans. We'll now move into selection of the Grand and Reserve Champion Market Steers. In this class will be Abby Volish, who's a class winner of Group 2. Group 3 is Dayton Dorn. Group 4, Caden Kapke. And Tatum has the class winner from Group 5. Grand Champion Market Steer is sponsored by Orscheln Farm and Home here at Beatrice. Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer sponsored by Beatrice Concrete Company. At the gate, we'll need to have the first class of registered Angus. Those will be the summer intermediate yearling heifers. There's 5 in the registered Angus, so we're going to go ahead and do those 3 classes separate. Go ahead and start making your way to the ring.
as we get the steers out here for the championship drive, and once again, there was quite a bit of variation in the classes when I talked about that you could, some of them were just really good productive feeding steers. Some of them have the show ring presence like some of these, but with still the production there. It's one of those things as they get them out here, there's a lot of similarities. Now you just, once again, you decide what kind of fits your bill, what you're looking for, or what you think maybe the county fair, if you want them market ready, or if you do, what stage you want them. And there's some range in these cattle, a couple 100 pounds difference. The silver steer that starts out, it's weighing around 1190. That one has been showed a lot, I'm going to guess. I'm guessing that young lady's had a fun career with that steer already, because when you can have one that comes out of that neck shoulder junction like that and can give you that show ring presence and still balance that well, that's the one, as you say, as he keeps coming along and he matures, he's got a lot of the right parts, and she is, I'm sure, had a great career with him, and the future is still very bright. The next young lady, that's the fun, that's kind of the meat and potatoes one. I've said he's kind of ugly colored, but after that he's really pretty dang good, and he's got enough muscle shape, he's got enough balance, he's got some extension to his front end. He probably isn't quite as cool in that chest floor that gives him quite as much attractiveness as some of the other cattle, but when you just start analyzing him, that's a really cool calf, and it's even a cooler showman on that calf. So we get to the Hereford steer, and that's kind of the interesting piece out here. I mean, that steer handles really well condition-wise. He has enough muscle shape, as you can see in comparison. When you're not even comparing breeds, you're just comparing cattle. He has as much bone and is probably as heavy structured as any of the cattle out here in proportion to his weight. And then that young man's done a really good job of getting him fed right and getting the hair working right, and then he exhibits him extremely well. So that's a very competitive animal also. And then the steer that won that last class, and I talked about him weighing a little over 1,400. That's okay in our industry to weigh that and have that kind of look and that strength at top yet. I mean, when you can make them that long-bodied and still keep that top line in proportion to the rest of it, still have some balance, because sometimes when you get them that long, they can look a little tubular. He does not do that. So 4 very high-quality cattle. I'll go out and show you the 2 I like. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Final call for all 3 classes of registered Angus. Please be bringing them to the ring. Grand champion market steer, congratulations, goes to Tatum Schroeder. Congratulations to the reserve champion market steer, goes to Abby Volish. Tatum and Abby, if you can make your way over to the backdrop, they'd like to get a photo of your animals at this time. Registered Angus, we'll start off with class 2030. There'll be 1 entry in this class. Be a summer intermediate heifer, 5'1", 20 to 831 of 20. We're going to go ahead and bring in all the Angus classes, all three of them, class 2030, 2040, and 2050. Two classes are registered Broadways. Please be up at the ring. Both will go in the ring at the same time, class 2020 and 2050. After the Broadways, we'll move on to the registered Charolais.
In this particular class, we have a little bit of spread of age, but nothing that isn't, really a disadvantage to anybody. I believe we go from January's to maybe May's. The heifer I selected to start the class with, she would be like in that March, April age bracket. And for me, she's just the freshest, the most complete heifer of them. I mean, there's heifers out here that would have a little more muscle shape and expression, but she handles it in such a cool package. And probably where she excels the whole class is right there. When she stops and gives you that front end look, her elegance through her front end, her extension up to that, and then she's got just the length of body, I agree, or believe. And then, once again, you can judge whether you want more muscle in one. That one has just got the right amount to give her just such a cool looking package. The heifer that comes in second has a lot of the similarities. She might even be a fraction longer bodied than that female I chose to start with. Really level out through that hip. I like that things about her. She just probably isn't quite as cool out of that neck shoulder junction coming out of that front end as the heifer I chose to start with. But still, that's a really nice heifer, a really cool project for that young man. This is kind of the heifer that when you study her, you try to decide where she might fit in. She's probably carrying a little more condition, which there's nothing wrong with that. That just makes her a little more easy fleshing. She, of the three heifers in the top, is probably the heaviest muscled female out here. So that's kind of cool. I mean, you made her to the right bull and decide what you want to do. But probably in the 5 females that are out here, she's also the most modern. So once again, as you're choosing a sire to breed her to, you maybe would have one with a little more frame size. But, I would like to see this heifer on a cool day when it isn't so hot. Right now, this heat is affecting her, affects her top line. She doesn't want to hold her head quite as high. I bet on a nice cool morning, if it's about 60 degrees and she's out in the grass, that's one that would catch your eye. That's a cool female. She's just probably not giving us her 100% today. Then we come into a heifer here she's one that's going to be a pretty big size female when she's done. And once again, that's all right. Wherever you want them in your project, I just don't see her balancing quite as well. She isn't quite as good from the hooks to the pins. She's got a long, elegant front to her. She's got enough rib shape. It's just maybe doesn't all come together in quite as cool package. And then the youngest heifer in the class, once again, she's one of them that's got the fleshing ability. She's got enough bone to her. She maybe just doesn't do it in quite as elegant a package. Probably not as pretty or cute or good looking up through that front end. But there's a lot of good from her from the shoulder back. So when you're mating her or choosing a sire, if you add that dimension to that, that's one that can do a lot of good things for that young man. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Your grand champion Angus breeding animal goes to Tatum Schroeder. Award was sponsored by Kamek Farms of DeWitt. Reserve champion Seth Dean of Douglas. Sponsor of that is Brian and Sherry Hamill and family of Beatrice. Receiving third purple is Logan Koenig. And receiving blues, Gage Argo and Carson Goes. In the ring now is our Bronze double class of 2020 and 2050. This will be for the champion and reserve champion. On deck, need to have class 2010 registered Charlet. Final call for the Charlets.
in this particular class. We have a fall heifer here somewhere between September and December, and then a January female behind her. I'm going to choose to start with a younger heifer, and there's no doubt give and take between these two. This heifer to me is longer fronted, but it has not quite as cool. I mean, she's got more leather, not quite as attractive into that chest floor and up into that throat area. I like the way this heifer has the depth of rib and the spring of rib. Both of them, I would like them to be just a little more athletic out when they get out on a move. They're not structurally unsound, but they just don't get out and make a nice, easy flow. The heifer here, when I compare her, like I said, if I could have extended her front end a little bit, I'd be okay with that. And I see that she injured that back left hind leg, and that probably affects her a little how she walks, or at least appears to be an injury there. You know, that's where, as I analyze her, that just makes it a little harder to watch her walk because of how that foot or that leg is healed. So that there's a little bit of give and take between these two. Put them both in the purple ribbons, both good projects for these exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now we'll begin the Charlet. Class number 2010, that has been scratched. Those were stocker feeders that are not going to be in this breeding beef show. We're moving on to class number 2040. It's a spring yearling, March of 2020 to April of 2020. We'll need class 2070, 2080, and 2100 up at the ring. We'll move into the Galbies. Champion Bronze goes to Landry Krause. That award is sponsored by Seabrant Family Farms of Jansen. Reserve champion went to Ashton Huffling. Reminder for all market beef exhibitors, the premium auction that's going to be held on Sunday. Understand that they did not get the forms handed out during weigh-in and at check-in. You need to come up to the announcer stand and grab one of those and complete it. Either turn it into the fair office or the announcer stand. Has to be done 1 hour after the hog show tomorrow. So sooner the better. Absolute deadline would be 1 hour after the swine show that occurs tomorrow.
Single entry in this Charlet, and for me, I guess the Charlet breed and what I've been around, where this heifer is pretty cool is just the amount of depth of rib and spring of rib, and then that lets her balance pretty well. Sometimes at this stage, if they're not as far along pregnant or something, they can cut up in that flank a little. maybe don't balance quite as well, and that's where this heifer excels. She's not one that has just walked around to give me a really good view of how she is structurally, but when you analyze those legs, there's enough curvature to that hock. It looks like there's some flex to that pasture, and I think she's really probably quite good structurally. You know, where she, once again, and I'm not so sure that the ringman and I aren't kind of looking like that heifer. We're probably not wanting to hold our head quite as high and show ourselves off quite as well. And I'm not saying that's the showman's part. I'm saying that heat has an effect on all of us. And, but from the shoulder back, this heifer's made incredibly well. When you start looking at that, how that shoulder lays in there, maybe a little bit different, but that's still a really cool heifer for that young man. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Receiving a purple in that class, Bentley Myers of Wilbur. This is the class number 2070, 2-year-old heifer or cow. Class 2080, cows 3 years and older will be next. Then cow-calf pairs.
So now this cow, I believe, is maybe just at a 2-year-old age or somewhere in there and has a calf. We will judge her later as a cow-calf pair. But when you start looking at this female, just from the ground up is where she's impressive to me. She's structurally extremely good. I love how her feet and legs are and how she gets around the ring. She's got some extension in front, and that part of that is just when they're sucking a calf, sometimes that's to their advantage. It keeps that front end chiseled down. They don't get too fleshy up there, and they have a little more angularity. So, I like a lot of things about her. The one thing I would question a little bit maybe is just how that udder sits in there, if it's quite as pretty and those teats are laying there quite as cool as maybe if you were looking for an ideal one. But I bet she's a highly productive female. It'll be interesting to see how her calf matches her when she comes back. But we're leaving her in the purple ribbon. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Receiving a purple in class 2070, Claire Schnelly of DeWitt. In the ring is going to be the cow of class 2080, single entry here for Caleb Schnelly. On deck will be the cow-calf pairs for Charlotte.
I was asking my ring help here and just questioning, and I've never been one to not voice my opinion a little bit. So I guess the one suggestion I have, I believe this is a 3-year-old cow, and I like the cow a lot. For me, I would prefer to see her calf right away rather than me analyze her as an individual, then analyze her as a cow-calf pair. I'm one of those that if you brought the cow and the calf, I would just soon see them all at the same time, and that's my own special way of looking at showing. It doesn't mean that you're doing it wrong. It just means that it's different than what I'm used to. But as you look at this cow and her youth and where she is, I believe she's a 3-year-old cow or somewhere in that bracket. She's kept herself in really nice flesh. Once again, the big story will be, how does that calf look at her, on her, when she brings it out here? If she's done a good job of raising that calf, I'll praise that cow even more. So we'll see down the road what that looks like. But once again, purple ribbon quality, we'll just see what the end result looks like when we see the offspring.
Receiving the purple in class 2080 goes to Caleb Schnelly. Entering the ring now will be cow-calf pairs, class number 2100. Following that, we'll have selection of the champion and reserve champion, Charlet. Move on to the registered Galvey division.
So now as we get the pairs back out here, which makes more sense to me as I look at these, I feel more confident in talking about them when I can see the whole family as rather as. So as I described this younger cow, to me, how she comes out of that neck-shoulder junction and how she fits together there and the angularity and the look she gives you through that front end, that's where I think she excels, that cow. And then she's done a great job raising that heifer calf. That's a really cool offspring out of that female. maybe if you change her a little, you maybe could raise that pin bone a little. But as far as the growth that calf has, I believe that's a late February calf on a 2-year-old or a younger type female. That's doing an awesome job. If our industry could raise them like that all the time, we'd be in great shape. Take nothing away from the size of calf that this cow's raising. Once again, doing a good job. I just don't see the attractiveness in the front end of this cow compared to that one. Still very deserving to be a purple ribbon, but 2 high-quality pairs with that cow just having a really cool look and appearance up to that front end. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Cow-calf pair class winner goes to Claire Schnelly. Second place goes to Caleb Schnelly. In the ring, we'll have your champion and a reserve champion selection for the Charolais breeding beef. That award sponsored by Brian and Sherry Hamill and family of Beatrice. Reserve champion sponsored by Rohr's Machinery Inc., Mark Mathel and Dean Rohr. Up at the gate, ready to come in the next class, we should have the registered Galvies. That would be class 2010. Following that, we'll go into one class of registered Herefords. 3 classes that will be combined into one.
I think I just figured out how to get on the good side of the kids and maybe not the good side of the parents. I asked that young man, I said, do you think you're doing a good job? He said, absolutely. I said, well, I'll go brag on you on the microphone and tell that crew over there just not to pay attention to what's going on. So he said, I like that. So I told him, I said, if he can just keep that head up a little bit for me while I'm bragging on him and I are going to get along just fine. I know how that heifer feels and I know how he feels. And I think they're both doing an excellent job. And once again, like I said, that's a cool one made from the shoulder back. What do you know, if you could just change her a little or make her just have a little lay into that shoulder a little neater, that one's got a lot of things in it. And that's going to be when you, once again, as she calves and you turn her out to pasture, those are things you're not going to notice near as much as you do right now, and especially on a cooler day. That heifer was going to give you a way different appearance. That's the one advantage the cow-calf pair has. I mean, that cow is, when I talked about her excelling in that, it's just how unique fronted she is and how extended and how level topped and out through that hip she is. And then she can raise a heifer calf like that. With that structural correctness, that's a huge plus for that female. The cow-calf that was second. Like I said, once again, that one has a lot of things. You can see what a good job she's done with her heifer calf. She's just not as elegant to that front end. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Give these exhibitors a round of applause for all their hard work.
Congratulations to Caleb Schnelly for showing the champion Charolais breeding, reserve champion. Congratulations to Bentley Myers. Coming in the ring now is a spring heifer, class 2010. It's a single entry. Up at the ring, we should have all the registered Hereford animals. Registered pulled Hereford following that.
Just a single entry in the Gelby breed here, a January heifer, I believe. And, you know, this is one that could sure withstand some competition within its own breed. You can see and admire the length of body she has, a heifer that from in her bone structure and stuff, I think that's about what she needs. If you start putting too much more on one like that of how she's made, then they maybe will start looking a little coarser. But where she does excel is that extension or that length of top that she has. She has some length in neck. It's probably just not quite as attractive. There's just a little more to dewlap there, and then maybe into that brisket. But from the shoulder back, that one has a lot of things to bring to the table for that young man. I just would be really selective on what sire I mated her to see if I could help that front end a little bit. Still very deserving of a purple ribbon. Let's give him a round of applause.
Champion Galway goes to Gabriel Goes. Award is sponsored by M&P Galway. Mark and Patty Goes of Odell. In the ring now is going to be registered Herefords. All three classes. Be for your champion or reserve champion, Hereford. On deck should be the registered pulled Hereford. On the way up to the ring should be registered limousines.
A very nice class of horned Herefords, and I'm going to leave them standing just like they are. The fall heifer, to me, just excels in just her class, her eye appeal. This young man, I believe, brought her out for showmanship. Did you not bring this heifer out for showmanship? Yep. And, you know, I just thought that one had a lot of quality and could sure withstand a lot of competition. And you get her out here, and she's still, I think, just has so many positives that she brings to the table, and you know, where I think she can really be as she keeps going down the road is just this spring of rib and depth of rib and the balance she has for her age. Because sometimes those fall cattle about now can get a little tight flanked on us, maybe not just don't balance up quite as well. This heifer does that with so much class, and then what I like about her is this flex to her pasterns when she walks, the curvature to her hock, just a really complete female. Now take nothing away from the heifer behind her. This heifer I really like as far as an eye appeal. She's probably not as elegant fronted, isn't quite as extended as the one I chose to start with, but you have to also realize the amount of muscle shape she has. She's got quite a bit for within her breed, and when you can do one like that, you're probably going to have a little more front to them. But that's so you just have to nitpick a little of what you like or what's your eye appeal. But that's a really cool heifer standing in second, and that's where the heifer in third would even excel a little over the heifer in second. She has that extension of front end and that look. I just didn't know if she was quite as good out of that hip to pin area. I thought she dropped off a little bit there, maybe didn't have quite the balance as the heifer I chose to start with. But once again, that's three really nice heifers in this Horned Hereford division that are very high quality. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Champion Hereford goes to Trevor Spilker of DeWitt. The award is sponsored by Homestead Land Company, John Zarbanicki. Reserve champion, Chase Larson of Beatrice. In the ring is the single entry for the registered Polled Hereford. This award is sponsored by Jay and Terry Naveen of Adams.
Just a single entry in this division of the Hereford, and sure could have withstood a lot more competition. This heifer's so attractive, and part of it might even be how she's marked on her neck and stuff that kind of sets her off of just from attractive or draw you to her. But then when you just start analyzing this female, the amount of bone she has in correlation to her body and that muscle shape, that really is a stylish looking heifer with just the right amount of that muscle, and they have her in what I would call ideal condition. She's so fresh looking, that length of body and stuff. That's a really cool one. I suppose if you were really saying, what could you change? You maybe change her inner chest floor a fraction, or maybe you could even, as she keeps coming along, drop her in that flank. But she still gives you an awesome profile. That's just a really cool female for that young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Champion Polled Hereford goes to Dustin Kapke of Claytonian. At the ring is registered limousine, class 2050 and 2060. These are going to be junior yearlings, January 2020 to 229 of 20, and then the senior yearlings 9/1/19 to 12/31/19. Our single entry for the main class should be up at the ring, followed by the registered maintainer breed.
in this limousine division. We probably have 3 heifers that are all over the spectrum as far as how they're made, but they all have some unique qualities, I guess. The heifer that wins the class, though, does it quite handily, just in the things as what she brings to the table. She has the amount of muscle shape she has, and it has a little more roundness to it. You know, if that's something maybe you don't like, then things could change a little bit. But when you put that type of muscle and you still can kind of put that look and that extension out through the front end and stuff, that's a pretty unique one to build. That doesn't always work that way. Sometimes they start getting a lot of coarser up through that neck and shoulder, through that front end when you put that much muscle on one. And sometimes then the joints on the female and stuff just don't blend in. And this one does that. She's just probably a sound a female out here, yet still has that look and muscle. So she excels the class in quite a few different ways. Then we come into a heifer that has the extension, quite a bit flatter in her muscle, just a lot different make, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's plenty of ways to mate these females with the sires that are out there of however you want to do. She's going to look like she could be a little bigger frame female in the end than the heifer I chose to start with, but still a really high quality heifer, just made a lot different, just a longer, flatter muscle shape, still really extended through the front end. And then the heifer that rounds out the class is quite a bit more moderate, a heifer that just doesn't have as much extension through that front end, but probably has as much depth of rib, spring of rib when you get behind her. It's got somewhere in between the amount of muscle as the other two. She stands in that category somewhere. It's 3 different made heifers, all bring different things to the table. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Your champion limousine goes to Cole Sims. That award sponsored by Boyer Limousine, Jay and Carol Boyer family of Liberty. Reserve champion went to Carter Sims. Award sponsored by Whitwer Limousine, Steve and Aaron Whitwer. It's a single entry class for registered mains, fall heifer. At the ring should be the maintainers, followed by Piedmontese.
In this main division, just a single entry, I guess, at October fall female, and where I get drawn to right away on her is just how elegant and extended she is out through that front end. She comes out of that neck shoulder junction, really can be high out of that area there, and so that always gives you a little more show ring appearance. And then she lays at this time very neatly into that chest and into that brisket area. And as you start analyzing her, the heifer from the ground is structurally extremely good. I like that about her. There's times when I watch her walk, she maybe just gets a little piecey at times, and then when the young man gets her set up and she kind of comes together. So I think part of that is just in her growing stage as she starts keep maturing and filling out, and everything kind of holds together when she starts walking. That's going to be a really attractive female when you can put that much extension up through that front end, lay that shoulder in there like she has. That will be a cool project for that young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Champion registered main goes to Mason Sedlacek of Blue Springs. Award is sponsored by Ferguson Farms, Steve and Debbie Ferguson of Wymore. In the ring now is the registered maintainers. This is both class 2040 and 2050, I believe. Champion Maintainer Award, as well as the Reserve Champion Maintainer, goes to Triple S Cattle, Chad and Amy Schroeder. Thanks for your sponsorship of these awards. In regard to the premium auction registration that we've been talking about, talked to a society member here. They are missing a line on the form. You have to declare if you want to sell your animal for the actual meat on Sunday. There is locker space available at Diller and Pickerel if somebody does buy that animal. But you need to put whether you want to have your animal sold for the meat, or if you don't want to, just put down that it's not for sale. You're just going to have the premium auction for the kids. So they are going to need that. I believe on all the forms that one line is missing. That's how they'd like to have that handled.
There might be a lot of difference in size, but to me this pair is really close as far as when you start analyzing. And when this young lady gets this heifer set up and gets her head cranked and the feet set just right, she gives you an incredible look. When she gets on the move, maybe she gets it just a fraction piecier, and so that's to me where that heifer calf will close the gap. But when this young lady gets it one stuck and in the right place and gets her head cranked up, she gives you an incredible look. I like that about her. She's kind of interesting. She's really a longer, much flatter muscle shape, if you look at her, and she's going to be a big cow when she's done. She's a January female. When that one's done getting to mature weight, she'll be a big old female. But with that, she's got a lot of good structure, and it'll all come together pretty well. The young lady's heifer that's second in class and will be reserved, when you just start analyzing her, and like I said, she has her structure is incredible. She's got plenty of cushion to that pastern, and just when she gets out, and she really holds her top line together extremely well. And she doesn't get outclassed at all up through that front end. Her extension and her elegance up there, she gives you a lot of look, and it'll be interesting as this one grows. I project her to be a little more moderate frame than that other one, there's not a thing wrong with that. So if she can keep coming, keep that balance and that kind of look, that'll be a cool one next year. That'll be a fun one for you to show down the road. So keep up the good work and keep them looking like that. That'll be a fun project for a long time for you. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Champion Maintainer goes to Abby Volish of DeWitt. Reagan Delabar of Beatrice was your reserve champion. In the ring now is the Piedmontese breed. It's a single entry fall heifer from September 1st to December 31st, 2020. Class 2040, 2080, and 2100 of this breed should be at the ring. Then move to Red Angus.
So as we get into the Piedmontese, and I'm going to be the first to admit, and I think I've said that when I've been here before, is this is a breed that I struggle a little more analyzing. I know that the muscle shape and how that's put in them, and that's all part of it. And with that, the amount of bone, and so I personally have to look at these a little different as far as you don't look at the structure. You still have to be structurally just as sound, and you have to be, have enough show ring presence and look, and that heifer has that. You're just doing it in a little different package. The muscle shape and how it's put on those frames, and maybe Abbott has a little more curvature or expression to it. So that's just something that it's good for me to be able to get out and view what they're doing with this breed and how they project it out. When I look at this female, she does balance really well. There's sometimes I've analyzed these and I think they cut up in the flank and just aren't as attractive. This one comes out here and has that extension. She gives you that side profile I like. I personally wouldn't want any more muscle in one, but with that, she balances extremely well. That's a pretty high quality female that young lady has. Let's give her a round of applause as she leaves the ring.
Receiving a purple in class 2020 is Kelsey Schlickman of Beatrice. In the ring will be a single entry for the spring yearlings, March 1st, 2020 to April 30th.
So this is one of those, as I just described that last heifer. Now this one gets, has the muscle shape and has some extension. It's just in a different eye-appealing package for me. I mean, it's just maybe she's not as level out through that hooks to that pin area. I'd like to level that, change how that tail head sits in there a little. Maybe that neck shoulder junction's just a little different. So I'm going to keep this heifer in that blue ribbon. Just from the aspect of how she balances up in comparison to that last heifer. I just see this one being a fraction more tubular, a little more rounder in her muscle, maybe not near as neat up into that neck area. So once again, it's my own opinion of how I look at these. That's just in comparison to two different classes of what I see. Give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Receiving a blue in that class is Kellen Schlickman. At the ring should be the class number 2080 cows 3 years and older, followed by the cow-calf pairs. Following this class, we'll have one single entry for the Red Angus. And we'll combine the registered Shorthorns into one class as well, followed by registered Shorthorn Plus.
Two interesting pairs here, and like I said, it's always kind of interesting to see what those calves look like on those cows and at what stage they start showing that expression of muscle or where they're at. For me, the younger cow, and I believe she's a 3-year-old, I just really like this cow up and her angularity, how she lays into that shoulder, and so much cooler up through that front end. And I'll be the first to admit, I don't know if that's what they want for breed character, but that's what I like. I like one that lays into that shoulder, has some extension, looks like she's got a really productive udder, maybe a little longer teat placement than you would like, but it's still one that you can see that calf is doing an excellent job. I like the amount of bone. It's just a female that looks very practical to me. She's got muscle shape, but it's not so much that it's just overwhelming. She's still got that look to her. Now the cow here, if you just want one that's built massive and just stout made from the tail to the front of all the way up through the shoulder and neck, that's what she does. I mean, she's quite a bit more masculine and coarser made up through that front end. I kept her in the purple ribbon. I think there's still a lot of good to that cow. Actually, I think when she's in production, might even have a little cooler looking udder than the one I chose to start with. I just would like to change the amount of mass and lay that shoulder in a little neater on this one. As you can see, that muscle she has already gone into her calf. That calf has a lot of muscle shape for his age already. I mean, that bull calf is very expressive. So you can tell that them genetics are coming through. Two really cool pairs to look at. Always, like I said, a little interesting for me to analyze those cattle, but give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing them out.
Winner of the cow-calf pairs goes to Kelsey Schlickman. Second place also receiving in purple is Kellen Schlickman. We'll now have a selection of the champion and reserve champion Piedmontese. Champion award sponsored by Gage County 4-H family. Reserve champion, Gage County 4-H Council.
As I get ready to select your champion and reserve Piedmontese, I won't go back through these. I just described to you what I had seen and how I like them personally. You can all form your own opinions on that, but I'll go out and select your champion and reserve. Once again, give them a round of applause as I choose your champion.
Champion and reserve champion Piedmontese. Both went to Kelsey Schlickman of Beatrice. Have a single entry for Red Angus. Going to be a spring yearling from March 1st to April 30th of 2020. On deck should be the Shorthorns up at the ring. Following that, we'll have the registered Shorthorn Plus. then to Simmental.
A single entry in the Red Angus, but boy, a very high quality. Just brings a lot of things. This heifer exhibits a lot of things that I've been talking about all day, as far as where I would say, if I'm going to look at her first, it's just how she balances. That her rib shape at this stage of her life just gives you such an attractive show ring look. I mean, and she's one of them that when you get up into that front end, I like that look to her, and I think she'll even look better as a female in production, because she just looks that kind. I mean, it looks like she's easy flushing. It looks like as that calf is nursing on her, she's going to chisel down into that front end and have this elegant front end. The amount of bone she has, she's really agile, out on the move. That's just a really cool project for that young lady. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Avery Krause of Syracuse, champion Red Angus. That award sponsored by Crawford Heating and Air. In the ring now is the registered Shorthorn class, a combined 2 classes to compete for the champion and reserve champion Shorthorn. On deck will be the Shorthorn Plus at the gate, followed by Simmentals.
very interesting class with quite a bit of differences. I think for me that top pair was really close. I like that heifer calf a lot, but this heifer probably just from the shoulder forward is where she excels. The whole class is how cool she is up there, how she lays into that neck shoulder junction. That's the part that really excels. Now with that, if you're trying to have a certain size or something, that this female appears that she's going to be pretty moderate as she keeps maturing. But with that, she's going to give you an incredible look. I mean, she's one of them you could mate different ways within the breed, or you could even mate her to different sires outside the breed and come up with something else. But it looks like from the teat size and stuff, she can have a cool udder. She gives you an awesome look. She's just in a little smaller package at this stage, but that's where she excels, is right up through that front end. And this heifer calf has some of that. She has that extension. I don't know if it lays up and is quite as neat tucked in there, and that's okay. I mean, at this stage, she's still got some growing room. But when you look at the length of body and the hip, the width of that hip that this heifer has, that's going to be one that as she gets a little more age to her and she keeps growing, she's going to rival that heifer and will be a little bigger in my mind when she comes. And I think structurally she's sure nice enough. But there's quite a bit to this heifer, and that's why I kept studying her and trying to decide. But when you put one with that much muscle, they're not quite as sound. And that's probably what separates this one from them other two. Just on a structure issue, this heifer just doesn't get out and move. She gets choppy off of both ends, but she has the muscle shape. She has the length of body. She just doesn't do it in quite as agility of the heifers that are ahead of her. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Champion Shorthorn Breeding and Beef goes to Natalie Tronick. Award sponsored by Landmark Implement. Reserve champion went to Ella Crawford, sponsored by Rohr's Machinery, Inc., Mark Bathel and Dean Rohr, also of Beatrice. Receiving a blue, Shelton Crawford. In the ring is our registered Shorthorn Plus single entry. At the gate should be registered Simmentals. The Class 2020 Fall Heifers.
In this Shorthorn Plus, I'm going to just award this heifer a blue ribbon. As I try to decide where she is on the the scale of quality and in comparison to some of the other cattle, and she's probably right there on the bubble. Could have gone either way. I admire the length of body. She's got some extension in neck. She's just one of them for me that just doesn't balance up quite as well, and I can't quite figure out why that is. She's got some of the parts. I don't know if it's how that shoulder lays in there or for sure what it all is, because when you would start comparing her probably to other counterparts her age, she would probably have about as much length of body as any of them. It just doesn't seem that her bone in comparison to the rest of the body, or maybe how her rib shape is, just doesn't balance up quite as well for me, so I chose to leave her in the blue ribbon category. Let's give this young man a round of applause as he leaves the ring.
Receiving blue in the registered Shorthorn Plus is Boston Crawford of Beatrice. At the ring will be registered Simmentals. This is the Fall Heifer class, September 1st to December 31st of 2020. On deck should be the spring yearlings.
As we start the Simmental breed, what an awesome way to start. And I'm going to leave these two heifers just like they are. And boy, they both are incredibly high quality females that, you know, if either one of these are in your program and you have a certain way that you want to breed them, I can sure understand that. For me, the young man's Baldy heifer that starts the class does it in just probably a little, I'm not going to say that she does it, she just looks like she has a little more show ring presence to me. When I see that neck shoulder junction and how that head comes out of there, you get back into that top line and that tail head just lays in there just a little neater for me. It just it gives that side profile just a little more attractiveness. I see probably a little more extension of front end. Not that that one is short fronted, it's just that maybe how that brisket and dewlap fits into there. But that's high quality heifers that I'm trying to tell you the difference I see. I'd be proud of either one of these females. It's just that one has just a little more elegance out through that front end. I like how that tail head lays in. Take nothing away from this one. If you just want spring of rib and depth of rib and length of body with some muscle shape, this heifer brings all of that to the table in high quality. She does that very well. Like I said, she has some extension in neck. It's just that maybe that brisket area and coming up that dewlap makes her at this stage just not quite as attractive. But boy, if you really consider the age of her, I mean, to get that much volume in her at this stage, that's incredible. What I said is, that tail head, it's not a huge problem. It just sits a little higher than the heifer I chose to start with. But two very high quality females to start the Simmental breed. Give these young men a round of applause.
Top purple in class 2020 is Logan Katz. Receiving second purple, Luke Katz. In the ring now is a single entry for spring yearlings, March 1st, 2020 to April 30th, 2020. At the gate should be the junior yearling class.
Award this heifer a purple ribbon. She's a March heifer, and what I admire what this young lady has done is how fresh she's kept. Sometimes those heifers that are getting her age and older, we get them a little too far along in their condition, and they just don't look as cool out through the front end. And this heifer, no doubt, excels about her extension of neck and how feminine she is up in there through her front end. As I analyze this heifer, if you could tweak her a little bit once she gets on the move, and I'm not sure if it's her problem or just kind of how she fights the halter. She appears to get up in her top just a little bit, but with that said, as you watch, she doesn't just get out and like to walk on that halter, so I'm not quite sure. But when the young lady gets her set up, there's where you can see that extension of front end, that length of body, how that tail head lays in there very nicely. Just a really complete heifer. Really cool project for her. Let's give her a round of applause.
Receiving a purple in that class, Sydney Brower of Beatrice. This will be the junior yearling class, January 1st, 2020 to February 29th, 2020. Following this, we'll have the 2-year-old heifer cow class. Have selection of the champion or reserve champion Simmental before moving to the foundation Simmental breed.
So in this particular class, as I start analyzing these two heifers, and what separates them to me is just structurally today, how they move around this ring, and if they would do that a little different, you could sure talk yourself in or out or whatever. But the black heifer for me is just the size of her foot, the angle to her hock, and how she gets out on the move. That's where she excels. Now with that, she's going to be a big cow, and I don't need them quite that big, but I do need them to walk and be as free moving, and that's the separation for me. It wasn't the eye appeal or something else. It would come down to strictly the structure on these two females, both very still deserving of purple ribbons, and I'm not trying to criticize that black heifer that she doesn't have a show look. It's just that she's probably on the outer edge for me of size, and so that's where I would like to change that inner, but put that kind of structure. And if I could put that structure on this red heifer, I mean, this heifer brings a lot of things that I like a lot. I love that length of body. I like that extension. I like how she's made out through that hip. That really, but for some reason, and I don't know, I was trying to analyze her as she walks, and she doesn't walk the same off both hind wheels. The right leg seems to like it almost has a catch, or she shuffles it a little bit, and I don't know if she slipped or injured it. If she would just get out and reach like it looks like she could have the capability, then I could easily put her in that first hole. But for me today, as you watch this heifer exit the ring and you see how she moves off that right side, that is the biggest difference between those two for me. The heifer that stands in third, this is one of those that's kind of a meat and potatoes heifer. I mean, she just doesn't have these things that just overwhelm you, or there's not hair to hide anything. There's not. But she has length of body. She has some extension. She's not one of those that just has this cool, up through her chest floor and stuff. She's not just really cool made there. But as that heifer, as you really start analyzing her, she just has a lot of nice qualities. She probably just doesn't have quite as much show ring presence, but still an exceptionally good female for that young man. The exhibitor here with the black and white heifer, and you start looking at her and you realize what she could bring. She's probably the most moderate female out here. She has the extension that I like. She probably has just a little bit more muscle and a little different type package. But the cool thing with that, if you watch her walk, she's extremely sound. She's got a nice set. She gets out. Sometimes when you put that amount of muscle on one, they don't have that agility. That heifer excels very well in that category. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of that class made up of 2 purples and 2 blues. First place, Jordan Van Squake of Beatrice. Second went to Rayanne Hartwig of Cortland. Third was Strider Brandt. And fourth was Addison Brandt, both of Claytonia. Here's a single entry for the 2-year-old heifer cow from September 1st, 2018 to August 31st, 2019. Following this class, we'll need the first and second place purples from the other classes to come back for selection of the champion and reserve champion Simmental.
As they get into this female that's coming up on a 2-year-old, what's interesting about her, for where she is condition-wise, and I just happened to see the manure that this heifer had, I'm going to guess that this young man hasn't really been feeding her much more than hay, but she's one of those that has got to the point of her life that it doesn't take much to keep her condition on her, and she's one of them that looks like if you turned her out on grass and just even let her freshen up even more, that's what be her advantage, because structurally she's really good for that type of condition she has. She's pretty moderate in her makeup, which that's okay. But you can see the muscle shape she has, and sometimes when you put that much muscle on one, their fleshing ability and how they flesh, and it just probably does a detriment to them rather than to their advantage, because if you could chisel her down and make that front end even look that much cooler up to that shoulder, that's a heifer that's made extremely well. She just probably at this stage, for me, it's a little harder to analyze because of her condition, but that young man still has done a great job with her. Give him a round of applause, please.
Winner of Class 2070 is Seth Dean of Douglas. In the ring is the champion and reserve champion Simmental selection. Will be the first and second place purple winners from the classes. Logan Katz, Luke Katz, Sidney Brower, Jordan Van Scoik, Rayanne Hartwig, and Seth Dean. Foundation Simmental, you should be up at the ring. Up next will be the spring heifer, followed by the fall heifer.
As we get the Simmental heifers out here, once again, I'm not going to go through and describe each one of them to you again, but I told you how impressed I was with them fall heifers. That was for only having two in a class. They sure brought a lot to the table. As you can see, as we get them out there, they don't hurt the lineup at all, and that's what's pretty cool. So as I described each one of these, you have one that's pretty extended and pretty green. You have one a little bigger framed that has structure. The fall heifer has, a little more condition, but still is structurally good. So you have bits and pieces, and it's just a matter of maybe what your preference is. And today it is my choice. So as I go out and select your champion reserve semi heifer, give these exhibitors one more round of applause, if you would, please.
Champion Simmental went to Logan Katz, sponsored by Tronic Simmental of Wymore. Your reserve champion went to Luke Katz, sponsored by State Line Farm Simmentals, Jim and Ellen Zavlonic of Wymore. Now move into the foundation Simmental. This one's going to be our spring heifer class. At the gate should be the fall heifer, followed by the spring yearling.
A really cool way to start the foundation Simmentals. You know, as she comes out here, and this young lady, I think, had this heifer out for showmanship, I think. But as I watch this heifer, is where I think she's so cool, and that's just one of the many pieces she brings. But she's so sound, and when you can put some muscle in one and that much volume in one, and then they can have that kind of flex and cushion. And in today's world where there are so many good cattle, I mean, cattle standing look good. If you can excel in that part of it, or that structure where you can really get them out and go, and then put that kind of volume and muscle shape and squareness of hip, got some extension through that front end, that's a good place to start. You'll always have a great starting grounds, because in my world, when I'm judging or even when I'm selling livestock, I mean, when people ask me, what do you think if you're projecting this one down the road? I said that, they have to be able to get out and move, and you got to have some look. But if they can't move and they have look, you're still going to get beat. And this one brings a lot of those things to the table that are the starting point to have a really good one. So give this young lady a round of applause as she leaves the ring.
Your class winner receiving a purple is Carly Rains. This class will be a single entry for the fall heifer. At the gate should be the spring yearling, followed by junior yearlings for Simmental, foundation Simmental.
A fall heifer here, and once again the quality is incredible. And if you're looking at even little fine tuning of things, this one, if you look at her teat placement and udder, that looks like she's going to have just an incredible quality of udder. And then as you just analyze all the other parts of her, she's just, her angularity, her volume, her depth, her spring, all of those things just add to the positives of what this heifer has. And if I look at her, I would just call her adequate bone, but in proportion to the rest of her body, it matches her. It isn't. It doesn't take away at all. That's just one that's awesome to look at from any angle. You have to be proud if you're the showman or one that raised that female. That's a cool one in that fall category. Let's give her a round of applause.
Laney Tronic of Weimar was your class winner. Here's a spring yearling, March 1st, 2020 to April 30th, 2020. At the gate, we need to have junior yearlings for Foundation Simmental, followed by the cow class.
This is one of those females, how I kind of describe them as, when you're walking by the stalls or if you're just walking by the show ring at this time and the young lady has her standing there, you think, wow, that one that is just one incredible female. And what were the judges' comments? Well, he loved the length of side, he loved her muscle shape, he loved her depth of rib. This is where, when I was talking about separation on those two other classes, is that this heifer's just adequate in her structure. If you watch this one move around the ring, it's not a total, I'm not saying that she's structurally unsound. She just isn't near as athletic and just get out and reach. She kind of has a little more shuffle to her than just a nice casual walk. But on the stand, that one gives you such a cool look. She's not just extended through that front end, but that's still a really nice heifer standing. That's a cool female for this young lady. Give her a round of applause as she exits the ring.
Receiving a purple in that class, Rachel Beeler. Next class will be Foundation Simmental Junior Yearling class, January 1st, 2020 to February 29th, 2020. 3 entries in this class, followed by the cow-calf pairs. Then we'll need the top 2 purple award winners to come back and compete for the Foundation Simmental Champion Reserve before moving on to the registered other breeds.
the red heifer that starts this class. This young lady had her out in intermediate showmanship, and when I described that heifer and this showman, I said they just make a good pair. That heifer just is so calm and casual and walks into her spot and always gives you a really good look. And that's what she does out in this class. She is by far the most complete female. She, you know, when you look at muscle shape and how that fits that skeleton, she does that in as neat a package, and really there's quite a bit of muscle shape and dimension in that heifer, but yet it's in a really cool package. And then as I analyze how these three heifers walk, structurally I think she's as good as any. She's as cool out through the front end. So she's quite an easy class winner for me. Then it gets quite a bit closer here in these two heifers. The heifer in second's got to carrying quite a bit of condition, a little bit harder to analyze her, but you can see how the length of body she has. She's really level out through her hip. I like that part about her. She has some depth and spring of rib. Her muscle shape's just a little different, and as you can see, that front end isn't near as attractive as the red heifer. She just probably doesn't have quite the extension, but some of that is just the condition. It's getting down into that lower brisket, up into that point of the shoulder, and that takes away from some of her attractiveness. But if you really just analyze that heifer from the shoulder back, she's got a lot of things she brings to the table. This is kind of the problem heifer for me. She just doesn't want to show herself off quite as well. You look at that extension. I like that extension of front she has. She seems to be structurally not too bad either when she gets on the move. She just kind of fighting that halter, so she gets up in her top a little. That's one that if she would just chill a little and show for that young lady, I think that could be a really nice heifer also. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of the junior yearling class consisting of 1 purple and 2 blues. Addison Thiemann of Adams was your purple award winner, followed by Evan Quackenbush of DeWitt and Natalie Dean of Douglas. Now we've have the cow and cow-calf pairs, class 2080 and 2100 out. Following selection of this class, we'll need the top 2 purple award winners from the previous classes to compete for the champion and reserve champion foundation Semitol. Following that, there's 1 class of registered other breeds before moving into the commercials.
I also learned one more thing today. How do you get the crowd a little more excited to clap? You let it rain a little bit, and then the excitement in the crowd is even better. See, everybody was a little hot, a little tired. When it rained a little, then that pepped everybody up. So that. Now, we're going to get both of these purples. I'm sorry. These are two really high-quality pairs, and both of these, the 141 showman would have had this cow out for showmanship. Would have you not? Yes, yes. And, you know, these gals brought them out there, and these cows are still showing how much they love their calves. I mean, they are, I bet in their day as show heifers or whatever, these cows cooperated really well. But that takes nothing away from the quality of these cows. I mean, from a structural standpoint, utter quality, how they're raising those calves, they have just done an incredible job. You know, it's been a little harder to analyze the cows, some just because they don't give you a great view just because of their wanting to walk around the ring. But, you know, this bull calf has a lot of muscle shape. She's done a great job as keeping him in condition, and I believe she said that's a March calf out of a first calf heifer. And take nothing away from this pair. This is a really cool heifer calf on that cow. So two outstanding pairs here. Give these exhibitors a round of applause because it's a lot of work to do cow-calf pairs.
Your class winner is Avery Kraus. Receiving second purple, Sarah Beeler. In the ring will be your champion and reserve champion selection for the Foundation Simmental. Out of the first class is Carly Rains, Lainey Tronick, Rachel Beeler, Addison Tiemann, and Avery Kraus. It's our cow-cow pair. At the gate should be the registered other breeds, the spring yearling. Then we'll go into class 2010 of commercial.
As I get ready to select your foundation champions, and you know, there were not many numbers in them first two classes, but I was trying to tell you how impressive those cattle are, and and even when they get out here, man, they set the stage pretty high and take nothing away from them others. But as these heifers come out here and show how classy they are and the quality they are, and then it just keeps going down, even into those cow-calf pairs. I was talking about how cool those cows are made and how their udder quality and their milk production and what they have been doing. So with that said, there's no doubt that top to bottom you have a lot of places you could go and just high quality females you can do a lot of things with and breed different ways within your program. So with that said, give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to the Champion Foundation Simmental, shown by Laney Tronick. Your reserve champion goes to Carly Rains. The champion award was sponsored by Scully Estates. We'll now have a single entry for all other breeds. And we'll move into the first class of commercial. The young man says this is a Chianina heifer, and I'm going to award her a blue ribbon, and strictly because of how she is structurally. She just gets a little straight for me on both ends, just doesn't have that flexibility. Once again, like I said, when she is standing there and she can give you a look, she's tremendously long-bodied, has some extension. She just doesn't have that flexibility on either end for me to get her up into that purple ribbon. But that's still a cool project for that young man. I'm sure that when he chose her or picked her out, when you start looking at that eye appeal, that sometimes catches your eye, and the structure maybe just got to slip by a little bit as he gets a little older and starts doing that. It's just one of those things that it's a learning curve, and that's what I'd like to change. Let's give that young man a round of applause. In that class is Aiden Party receiving a blue. At the gate will be our first class of commercial spring heifers, January 1st to February 28th, 2021. At the gate will need to be the fall heifer class, and then class 2030 summer intermediate heifers.
So this heifer would be in what they would call the Sim Angus division, because I was just trying to understand what registered breeds we have out here, and not that it makes any difference. It's all a learning process for myself, or I'm just trying to keep up what different breeds do, and also I had said that foundation heifer that young lady had out in showmanship. Actually, this is the heifer that she had out in showmanship, and I can tell that of the routine that she went through of getting her ready. But this is one also that structurally, as I commented about her, she has that flex to that pastern. She has the right set to that hock. She's one of them that looks like she just has longevity written all over her. And then when you put her in that cool a looking package, and you have that good a showman getting everything just right, that presentation of that kind of profile, you're going to always be drawn to one of those. But you'll never go wrong with one built structurally like that. You can always do a lot of things very good. Give this young lady a round of applause as she exits the ring.
Receiving a purple in that class was Carly Rains. We'll now have a single entry for the fall heifer, September 1st to December 31st, 2020, followed by the summer intermediate heifer class.
A real nice, fresh fall heifer here. As you look at her, she could even have a fraction more condition on her and probably even make her look a little better. She gets just a fraction tight in that flank area when you analyze her, but boy, just extension and length of body and just the muscle shape she has. That's a pretty cool made one. Just probably is just a little greener than some of the other heifers. And if you're probably going to look at her and project her out or what size she could be, where she's at this stage of her life, she's probably going to be a pretty good sized calf. So, then you have to decide where she fits in there. But still very deserving of a purple ribbon for where she is at this stage of her life. And that young man's done a nice job. She's just probably not cooperating quite as much for him right now. But let's give him a round of applause as he exits the ring.
Receiving the purple was Logan Katz. This is our summer intermediate heifer class, May 1st to August 31st, 2020. At the gate should be spring yearlings.
These are both May heifers. I'm going to leave them in the blue ribbon category. The heifer that wins the class, I just see more natural depth and spring of rib to her than the heifer that follows her. I like the length of body she has. I just don't know. She just doesn't balance quite as well for me to get her up into that purple ribbon. You start looking at that top line and stuff, just doesn't come together quite as well. The heifer that follows her, once again, she has some length of body. Structurally, she's made fine that way. I'd probably just like to give her a little more muscle shape to go with that. Clean her up in that chest floor just a fraction, but two really good projects for these young exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
In the class receiving blues, your top placing was Jace Moss. Second place was Ty Moss, both of Burr. In the ring now is the Spring Yearling Commercial class, March 1st to April 30th, 2020. Junior yearlings should be making your way to the gate as well. Following the junior yearling class, we will have selection of the champion, reserve champion commercial for going for the overall grand champion breeding and reserve champion breeding beef. All grand and reserve breeds will need to come back for that. Second call for junior yearlings. Second call, junior yearlings. Final call for the junior yearlings. Final call, junior yearlings.
This has kind of been an interesting class. For me, there was still an easy top. It was just a matter of trying to get them lined up, and it still had some difficulty of trying to figure out exactly if there was some consistency or what I needed to do. This heifer does it quite handily for me, as just with that extension, how she gives us that show ring presence. I love the amount of muscle shape she has. She's sound. She's probably as sound as anything out here. She gets out on the move extremely well. Got a big old foot in her. And then when you have, like I've been talking all day, when she has some volume, some balance that she has, she does that in a very neat package. Comes to the top quite handily. Probably the closest pair for me were these two, and there's some give and take of what you would like. The black heifer probably for me just has just a little bit better front end, and that's probably, you know, however you want to analyze it. But this heifer probably maxes out on condition, but yet with that she still doesn't let it go up into her chest floor and into that front end. So as you look at this heifer from a structure standpoint, where she is muscle-wise, I thought she fit into that second hole really nice. If you would prefer the yellow heifer that has just a little more length of body, maybe just a little different type look, I could agree with that too. That to me was the closest pair here as far as trying to match him up. That young man has done a nice job of getting her ready and presented two high-quality females that just have a little more give and take to them. The black heifer that is in fourth, When you first look at her, you can see the depth of rib she has. I like that about her. She's got plenty of spring of rib also when you get behind her. For me, where she gets a little not quite as attractive is down into that chest floor, into that brisket area. She just doesn't have quite that class that those heifers ahead of her. But if you can tolerate that and match her a different way, she still brings enough other things to the table. The next young man has a heifer that's just a little more moderate. She just has never gave us a good look today, and I'm not sure why. She just has been on the move, and it just made it just a little harder to just even see her stand at any time. She's got some length of body, probably the right amount of muscle shape. Just has an attitude that's not show ring worthy, I guess. Then we come into a heifer here that might be one of the longest spine females that I had in the class. With that, you probably just get it a little more tubular then. She just probably needs a little more rib shape to her to balance her a little. She has some extension. She's structurally, I would call her adequate in her structure, just need a little more rib shape to that. Then the heifer that comes out next, once again, a heifer that's probably just a little plainer in this deal as you compare her to some of the others, just not balanced quite as well. Gets a little shorter up into that front end, maybe not quite as fluid off of that back end when she walks. And then the red heifer that rounds out the class, just quite a bit more modern. Now, maybe there was enough difference of age that I wasn't keeping up with that, but to me, I just need a little more growth, just a little more quality to move her up into the blue ribbon category. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of the spring yearling class, a class that consisted of 4 purples, 3 blues, and 1 red. Top purple went to Avery Krause. Second place, Rachel Beeler. Third, Lane Schnelly. Fourth was Ashton Humphreys. Fifth was Peyton Humphreys. Sixth is Sydney Brower. Seventh with Ashton Hofling. And eighth, rounding out the class, is Monroe Thompson. In the ring now is the final class of the day, junior yearlings, January 1st to February 29th of 2020. Following this class, we'll have selection of the Grand and Reserve Commercial. We'll need the first and second purples from each of the individual classes to come back and compete for that. And we'll round out the day by selecting the Grand and Reserve Champion overall breeding beef.
in this last class of commercial heifers. As these heifers come in and as you start analyzing them, this heifer, for me, just comes to the top quite handily, and then you kind of make sure you know where you're going with second and third and fit those in there. When you start just anywhere you start, this young man has got this heifer and has done a great job as far as getting her hair coat, getting her to show very well. When she gets that head cranked up, that just adds to that look. And you know, if I were going to change a little on her, that would even make her look. I would probably take a little of the condition off of her. It doesn't affect that front end, which that's advantageous to him. I mean, you know, she probably has dropped some of that into her depth of rib and her spring of rib, but as lean as he's kept that neck with the rest of that body, that's pretty awesome. That's a great job of feeding. And then the other part of it is sometimes when you get them in that type of condition, they'll start getting a little robotic in their move, and she doesn't do that. She moves very nicely. So I commend you. A great job of handling her in that. Now this is where it gets a little tricky. This little gal's heifer, she hasn't been one of them that has wanted to cooperate and do a lot of things, and I commend the ring help for kind of helping her get her in position so that the young lady has a chance. I always think that's part of what the ring help's job is to do, is to make sure that them showmen have a great experience and get to get that animal to show like she did at home. And when that young lady gets that one brought together, you know, she would be a little leaner. That's why you like that look and up through that front end, and she's got the length of body and the muscle shape. I thought maybe at times that maybe she wouldn't get out and move quite as well as she does, and she does that exceptionally well. I like that about her, where she probably doesn't have quite the look right now, as has that much belly and volume that the heifer in first does, but still very deserving. The heifer in third's probably the problem heifer. This young showman gets everything out of this female he can. I mean, you know, you have to admire the length of body and the profile she gives you. She's not that good on her rear wheels, but this young man, he can show the heck out of them, and that's what I like about him. He knows maybe what her fault might be, and he shows her to the highest ability that gets everything out of that female he can. And I'll be really truthful. I like the showman better than I like the heifer, but in the combination it works really good and very deserving to keep in that purple ribbon. But I really like that showman. So you know, he gets way out of them what he can. The young man that is in fourth here, this is just kind of a heifer that doesn't just overwhelm you with looks, but as you get off of her and really start analyzing her, structurally she's all right. She's length of body, she's all right. She's just one of them that probably she isn't going to win a beauty contest, but with that said, made it to the right bull, she will outbreed herself and have one of those calves that you're like, wow, that cow really that's going to be a good female for us down the road, because structurally she's fine. She's got a lot of the pieces, just maybe not quite as attractive as some of the others. The heifer that comes in next, this young man works really hard at his project, and I commend him for that. He's always out there doing all he can. And this is another one of those heifers that maybe just when you first look at her, she just doesn't catch your eye, and then you start seeing the depth of rib and stuff that she has, and that's just a really cool project for that young man. I commend him for bringing her out here. Then we get into a couple heifers here that probably just as you start analyzing them, they maybe get a little too moderate, or maybe they just don't have quite the look of some of these others. But still, you have to give credit to these exhibitors for getting these cattle here and showing them. The heifer that rounds out the class, probably if I were going to change her the most, it'd probably be in her navel. She just isn't quite as attractive there. If you can clean that underline up a little bit, it'll just give her a little more attractiveness. So once again, give these exhibitors a round of applause as they leave the ring.
Results of the junior yearling class. The class that consisted of 3 purples and 4 blues. First went to Jaden Hartwig. Second, Natalie Dean. Third, Luke Katz. Fourth, Jacob Wallenberg. Fifth is Jaden Thompson. Sixth is Ashton Humphreys. And seventh, Brayton Humphreys. Top two of that class will come back now to compete for the overall commercial champion and reserve champion. Out of class number one, out of the first class of commercial, we'll have Carly Rains. Second class is Logan Katz. Out of the fourth class, the top purple is Avery Krause. Second purple from that class will be Rachel Beeler. And then out of the class that just ended, Jaden Hardwig and Natalie Dean. After selection of the champion and reserve champion commercial, we'll then select the grand and reserve champion overall breeding. All grand and reserve breed winners should be up at the ring.
As I get ready to select the champion commercial heifer, and if you had not been watching the show and you come up here, you could almost believe that the Simmental, part of the Simmental show is going on with the white faces and stuff. So I mean, you can enter these cattle however you want to, but a lot of these look like that influence to me, which there's not a thing wrong with that. That makes it a little bit easier for me to have some consistency out here of what I'm trying to select. And as I described them earlier, the young lady with the heifer, a spring-born heifer, that calf is structurally, that's where you like to start on that one. That one does an outstanding job that way, really excels. She's one of those that probably isn't quite as neat in that chest floor and stuff when she goes up in there. But boy, when you can make one with that rib shape and that's a nice starting point. The Baldy heifer's probably just from a profile deal, she can give you as much extension and as much look there. Just a little greener, maybe not quite the balance in her. The black heifer that follows her, that's one of them that in that class stuck out to me like a sore thumb. She was one of those that just kind of gets around the ring and just fluid in her movement. I like that rib shape, that extension. The young man's heifer that came in that next class, that's one of them that I marvel at how she moves and walks around the ring, because she does look like she has enough condition that would restrict her a little bit. It doesn't seem to do that at all. So once again, as we get these out here and we start analyzing these, the black heifer that follows her, she gives you a really nice look, just not maybe quite as elegant out through that front end. this has been a really cool set of females for me to analyze. I'll go out and show you my champions. Give these exhibitors one more round of applause as I select them.
Congratulations to the champion commercial, went to Avery Krause. That award sponsored by Beeler Show Cattle of Sterling. Congratulations to the reserve champion, Jaden Hartwig. Sponsor of that is Zollner Ford Lincoln of Beatrice. At this time, we're going to have the overall selection for the breeding heifer here at the 2021 Gage County Fair and Expo. Consists of, out of the registered Angus, the champion was Tatum Schroeder, reserve champion Seth Dean, registered Braunby, Landry Krause, champion, reserve champion Ashton Hopling, registered Charlet, champion was Caleb Schnelly, reserve champion Bentley Myers. The registered Galway goes to Gabriel Goes. Registered Hereford, Trevor Spilker. Reserve champion was Chase Larson. From the Pulled Hereford, it's Dustin Kapke. Registered Limousine be Cole Sims. Reserve champion is Carter Sims. Registered Maine, Mason Sedlacek. Registered Maintainer, your champion, Abby Volish. Reserve champion, Reagan Delabar. Piedmontese is Kelsey Schlickman. Kelsey also showed the reserve champion. Registered Red Angus is going to be Avery Krause. Your champion Shorthorn was Natalie Tronick. Reserve champion Ella Crawford. Your Shorthorn Plus champion was Boston Crawford. Registered Scimitals is champion Logan Katz. Reserve champion Luke Katz. Foundation Seminole champion went to Laney Tronick. Reserve champion Carly Raines. And from the commercial that just ended, champion Avery Krause, reserve champion Jaden Hartwig. Big thank you today to Johnny Johnson from Craig, Nebraska, our judge. He's been here all day today doing a great job. Thanks to our ring help, all the Fair Board, Ag Society, Extension, putting this on. After last year, it's pretty cool to see everybody here having a good time at the fair. Let's give Johnny and the rest of the staff here a big round of applause.
As I get ready to select your champion and reserve heifer, and maybe a few of you heard this story, but I'm going to say it again because my ring help today has been incredible. But I was going to judge a show in December last year, and my wife's really good at praying for people, and so it was a fairly good-sized show, so I assumed she was going to pray that I did a good job. But she also knows that I'm very critical of ring help. If they do not help, I get frustrated. If I'm even standing on the outside, I probably voice my opinion more than I should. So as we're driving to that show, and there were going to be college kids as my ring men, for about 5 minutes she prayed for the ring help, because she was afraid I'd be so critical of them because they were leaning on the fence or whatever. Well, I don't know if they got the word or whatever, but the kids that were going to be in my ring came to me and they said, "What can I do?" I said, "You see that white fence?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "They designed that to stand by itself, never lean against it." I said, "If somebody needs help, go twist the tail. That's why you're out here." I said, "If you're standing by me, you're in the wrong place. You're not doing your job." And so I told that story, and my ring help was way better than the other side where they were. So sometimes if you tell people what to do and they listen, it works really well. I was more than ecstatic with your guys' help today. You were getting them into me. The kids that needed help, you were helping them. So efficient at getting them in here, because this is a long day for the kids. It's a long day for everybody. I even told my wife, I said, "I got to judge a goat show right after this. You got to go get me some energy." I said, "I got to have some chocolate or some pop or something so I rejuvenate, so I give that set of kids the same type of, I don't want to shortchange them just because I'm starting to get run down a little bit." But this is incredible. I don't know if you guys really understand the level you guys have of the kids showing, the people watching. I say, sometimes we take that for granted, how many people are watching you guys and rooting you on and doing those things. If you don't go to other county fairs and don't realize all of that, this is top of the line as far as having audience, getting the cattle in the ring, the showman, the quality. That's all incredible. And so you got to commend yourselves. Keep bragging on yourselves. Tell people how good it is. Keep people interested in it. So, this is what gets us as excited as anything, is when you can see young people and the older seniors showing that much interest and having that many kids out for showmanship with that type of quality. I'm not going to go through and analyze each one of these. You've heard me talking all day. I'm sure that's been enough of that. But what I'm trying to tell you is pat yourself on the back, but also go thank somebody. Thank the extension, the FFA teachers, and for God's sakes, the fair board. I'm telling you, I've been on the fair board in our county for the last 3 or 4 years. I had no idea how much work it is. And if you got a suggestion for them of what they should do at the fair, write it on a piece of paper and throw it away. And then in October or November, when this is all over, the stress is off, then go give them that suggestion. For God's sakes, do not go tell them what they should have done at this fair. Go pat them on the back and tell them what an amazing deal it is. You know, we didn't have a show last year, so enjoy the rest of the week. Once again, congratulations to everybody. Give everybody a round of applause. I'll go select your champions.
Congratulations to the grand champion overall breeding here at the Gage County Fair, Laney Tronick. We're now having the selection of the reserve champion. And congratulations to the reserve champion. That goes to Carly Rains. Laney and Carly, if you could go over to the backdrop, they'd like to get some photos of your animals. Once again, thanks everybody for your help today in putting this show on. Like Johnny said, it takes a lot of people to do that. Sometimes we take being here for granted. Lucky we were able to do it this year. Great show, and enjoy the rest of the fair.